from China, Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. I will make presentation at the Moodle 2020 online. Come and join us.
When a presentation lacks energy, time passes by very slowly. Keen to captivate your audience? Rather than compete with smartphones, WooClap turns them into an exceptional learning tool. Participation has never been this quick and easy. Your audience can answer by text message or via internet on any connected device. WooClap offers a wide range of features that make participation easy and bring your content to life. View, interpret and comment on the results in real time. You can create find-on-image questions, multiple choice questions, word cloud, and many others.
You are now muted.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning for people that are based in Europe. We are gonna start the last day of this excitement mood with a presentation about Moodle for admissions. Rohan Takare and Dhaval Barjir are going to present from Bombay, India. So please enjoy the presentation.
Thank you, Carlo. Can everybody see my screen? The splash screen of our presentation, I hope.
I can see Moodle for admissions with a lovely building background.
Perfect. Okay. So welcome everybody to this session on Moodle for admissions, and a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you from wherever you're joining. I am so honored to be presenting here in this global event. It's the first time for me to be actually presenting on a global platform. So thanks Moodle for giving us the opportunity. And today we're going to discuss how we can use Moodle for admissions with some simple tweaks and implementations at your end, which could save tons of dollars, money, efforts, and the efforts to integrate a lot of data when it comes to admissions for universities. Okay, so a little bit about us. We represent Advisor, which is a product-focused brand of our company called as Wisdom Labs. And our products focus on making Moodle simple and intuitive. That's our goal, to create products that make Moodle extremely simple and intuitive and democratize the availability of software for learning for teachers and for students across the world. On that note, we have created some marquee products. Our first product that's extremely popular across the globe is Advisor MUI, which is a full-featured Moodle theme. It has many firsts. It is completely focused on users' experience. We have about 4,000 plus happy paying customers with very high ratings on this theme. People just love this theme, and you might be able to see some YouTube videos also about this. We are also proud of having created the first ever and the most popular integration of WordPress with Moodle, which allows you to take Moodle and create e-commerce functionality and lend Moodle the e-commerce functionality through a primarily free plugin that's available on the WordPress repository. And we've created a full-featured functionality suite on top of this plugin that's available as part of the Advisor Bridge ecosystem. So these are our marquee products, and I dive right into the thought for today. So typical use case of Moodle has been the fact that everyone, be it a small college, a university, a corporate, or a small company like ours, mostly we've been using Moodle for training purposes. In fact, internally, we've been using Moodle extensively for onboarding our fresh graduates, fresh engineers, or fresh MBA pass outs. And we've been having, we've been doing extensive training through a lot of interventions that we've created on Moodle over the years. Now, a couple of years ago, actually, we faced a challenge. Okay, we are a small organization, and so we go to a select few colleges for campus placements. And when we expanded the scope or expanded the geographical reach of these campus placements, we had to go to some colleges which had a lot of students. And from where we come from, Mumbai, we don't have a lot of colleges with many students over there. But we went to some other adjacent cities, nearby cities, and we actually had many students appearing for our campus placements. In fact, at one point of time, over 1,500 students appeared for our campus placements, and we were not really ready for it because we were using a primarily pen and paper test. And obviously, it put a lot of pressure on us. We did manage the day, but we realized that this is not how it is going to go. So we had to find a way. And we thought hard about it, and we realized that when the solution probably is already implemented at our end, so we just thought of extending this solution, and we actually created our own placements engine using Moodle, which is the advisor placements engine. And we now were able to create extensive screening using this placement engine. We are actually, as of now, we create a lot of, we have a lot of questions which are about quantitative aptitude. We have some modules about psychometric testing, and we also have opportunities to ask a lot of subjective questions using the Moodle's powerful quiz engine. Right? We integrated that using the quiz engine primarily because, one sec. Yeah. Primarily because, yeah, I don't know what's being seen on the screen, but I hope. One sec. Some issue with my my tab here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, this screen. Perfect. I just stop here. Yeah. So primarily, a lot of subjective questions are also asked along with these different types of questions, and we now have a very full-featured screening system that we use for our purpose at Advisor, and things have been going much better since that implementation. In fact, uh, when this pandemic happened and now that we are working from home, it's more and more becoming important that we are able to conduct screenings like this, allowing candidates to be sitting at where they are. In fact, not just are they getting screened from where they are, they're getting interviewed from the places that they are, and they're also joining our company from the places that they are. So we've gone remote first, and there is no other route that we see for us going further. So this has become a boon for the way we have actually conducted this placement program and created this engine out of it. But when we thought a little bit about this, we realized that a lot of opportunity exists for the academia to leverage such simple solutions and maybe add on a step or two to make it a full-featured admissions process. So how can we create online admissions for colleges and universities using Moodle? Because essentially it's a little bit different than our use case. You have to start with what I call as the registrations. You will typically have students registering, maybe even making payments, and that can be integrated with this flow. And then once they are registered, they are then administered the screening into the screening process. And in this case, they would typically use Moodle's quiz engine, and you can create all sorts of screenings, different types of screenings for different types of candidates, as well as create extremely complex scenarios using Moodle. And then once the screening happens, then there is evaluation. The automatic evaluation will happen obviously automatically, but then there are these subjective questions, maybe things like you have to actually do some code reviews or look at what they write about themselves. These kind of subjective questions will obviously have to be evaluated individually. And then obviously you have your results, and then taking them directly to your orientation, which will allow them to start gradually getting acquainted with your culture, and also get over the current crisis of the pandemic, and have people who are getting oriented from where they are. So even before they actually are at the campus, they're already oriented with a lot of different things about the university, about the college, and already prepped for it. So how do we do that very simplistically using some simple tools is what I will now take you through. So essentially, I said that you start with registration process, which means you need to create some sort of form. Luckily for us, we have created an application form plugin, which is already available on Moodle on the repository. There is a free version available of our own advisor forms plugin. We've created this so that it becomes extremely easy for teachers and for administrators to create very, very powerful forms which would aid in registration, which would aid in some sort of data collection, whichever way, maybe surveys, but extremely powerful functionality lent to you without the requirement of you having to code anything. So this plugin is available for free, and let's see how we can actually create a simple and powerful form using this. So it allows us to embed the form that we create into any aspect of Moodle, be it the page, be it the block section, be it the footer, sidebar, course, wherever you want to embed, you can embed this form. And the interface looks something like this. Okay, so you have a drag and drop builder, and you keep on just dragging and dropping fields, and these fields then are editable so that you can lend different properties to these fields and make them much more full featured. You can do things like conditional logic. For example, you are evaluating different people based on their academic background. Then where you have a conditional logic implemented very simplistically with the branching scenario, or you have to create a multi-step form like you see here, step 1 and step 2, and then so forth, so on and so forth. You actually can very easily create these steps. You don't have to touch code at all. Very simplistically, just drag and drop, use common sense, and your form is done. And when it is done, it might look something like this. So this form was created in less than 5 minutes using this plugin that we've created. Now this is the first step of your admission.
Okay.
Right. So,
Go.
yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
You are now muted.
Okay, great. So, what basically Rohan was talking about is these forms. Okay. So, these forms really help you and these can be easily configured to achieve any sort of requirement that you have. Okay. We have created a copy of this forms. This is the admission form that I created that you see on the screen, and the form that I had created was absolutely 5 minutes. So that is the first step, is basically taking for admissions. You basically take entries from different students. Okay, and that happens through a form. Okay. The next step is basically having an online entrance examination, which we typically call as an admissions test. Okay, this admissions test, the Moodle quiz engine is pretty strong enough to handle any type of questions that you need to present as an administrator. Okay, so here you can have multiple choice questions, you can have single choice questions, you can have essay type questions which are required at multiple point in time. Okay, so with the default Moodle engine, you can set this up. Okay. Although when you are when you have set up this kind of test, okay, some of these questions, like the multiple choice questions, these can be graded automatically through the Moodle grading engine. Okay, but you always have some essay type questions. So I'll just give you our example. We used to take programming tests online for recruitment purposes, and the students used to write programs in the essay type of questions. Now, grading these questions in Moodle is slightly cumbersome, because a teacher has to go through 3 different types of screens to grade one question of one student, right? So what we thought of over here is we have the opportunity for improving this layout and making this entire process simple. Okay, and here we thought of building a completely new interface, and here we thought of building a completely new interface for grading. The current grading interface, since I told you it takes you to 3 screens, we wanted everything to be on one single page and very easy for a teacher to use. Okay, so we scratched our brains and we came up with a very nice layout, but unfortunately we figured out that we cannot modify the current interface to achieve what we want. Okay, so what we did was we bypassed the current layout completely, and using Moodle's API engine, we connected directly to the database and have and created basically created a new layout that will help teachers grade very simply. Okay, so this is the new layout that we have created for grading essay type questions. Okay, as you see here, questions are grouped together by students, and the actual grading interface, when you select a particular question, slides out from the bottom, and the teacher can grade over here. Once the teacher has graded a particular question, the flow automatically takes the teacher to the next question, and the entire process is made very easy. I personally used to grade these questions, and after using this grading interface, I see that I can correct many questions, and I can do it in half the amount of time. Right? So once the grading is done, a very simple way to use one of the ranking plugins that is available on the Moodle repository to display the results that you have. This is very similar to like a leader functionality. Okay, all the students who have cleared can go ahead and you can have a list of all the students. Right. Once you have these students, a easy way to onboard this or onboard the students is via having a simple course in Moodle for orientation. The orientation of students is very important, especially in these times where we cannot directly meet each other in person. Right, so having an online course and giving them the freedom to access this course at their convenience will help you a lot. Right, so this is more or less the entire process how you can cover the admin in Moodle. For all the Moodle users, we have a very special offer for you. For everything that we have, any plugin or any pro plugin that we have a 30% off. You can quickly take a snap of the code that you see and get the discount. This is valid till this is valid over the weekend. Right?
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. We have no questions so far, so if you are
Look, the only guys actually in the presentation, I guess we have you, Anastasia, Dalmi, and Alejandro, I guess.
Okay, so there was no questions in the forum as well. So this presentation will be uploaded anyway for people that could not attend at this time or are joining other sections. So I finalize this and I thank you very much for your presentation.
Oh, thank you very much for the opportunity. We really cherish that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Moore. I'm a co-founder at My Learning Consultants. Our focus is in the name. So we take an advisory consulting approach with our clients. We like to say we start with a blank sheet of paper and find out what the goals are for the organization for their program and what budget they have in mind. And then we bring in the knowledge of best practices, both technically and pedagogically. And we synthesize those three elements into a custom plan for the client. I had been a shareholder in one of the first Moodle partners, and so we had a lot of familiarity with the program, and we got to a point where we were ready to grow our consulting business, and so we felt that was the best way to achieve that.
Are you struggling to go digital? We get you covered. We offer Moodle training and certification so that you get the most out of it.
Hello, my name is David and I'm a Moodle contributor. I'm looking forward to meet Moodle community members online at the next Moodle Mood Global in July.
You are now muted.
Welcome back, everybody. We have now the pleasure to welcome as a presenter Stefan Alexander Scholz. He's going to present from Stuttgart. Correct me, Stefan, if my German pronunciation is not good enough. So based in Germany, Stefan, I leave you the stage.
Thanks, Carlo. So your pronunciation was pretty much spot on.
So thanks for that. My name is Stefan, as Carlos already introduced me, and I'm living in Germany, and I'm the founder of a small company. As you probably notice, I'm not a native speaker, so I apologize for not being the perfect speaker in English, but I do my best to still make it understandable. What we do is we help customers to great learning experiences. That's what we're all about. We love design, we love learning, we love UX, and of course, we love Moodle. And we also love consultancy. We love to get know to customers. We love to learn about their projects, their requirements, and their environments. And there's always a new thing to learn. That's what we enjoy so much. So what you need to understand if you're talking to a customer is you need to understand his needs, what he needs. And the customer, of course, needs to learn Moodle. Last year, I was close to Carlo, actually. No, sorry, it was wrong. I was in Berlin, mixed something up, and it was very hot at that time. It was 38 degrees. Today we've got 27 or something, so it's already pretty warm here. And I do love it when it's warm, but with long pants and without AC, 38 is a bit too much for me. So why do I tell the story? This very customer was very upset about the empty skeleton in the new course. And he was referring to the topic structure, which he saw every single time when he entered a new course. He's lecturing at the university, and he needed to start from scratch every single time when he created his course. And that was a problem which we were already very familiar to, and probably you are too. So we were already developing a solution for that back then, and it's now available and ready for everybody to use. So I want to talk a little bit about how to create better courses by simplification. That's the theme of the session, and I'll get back to the plugin which I was just referring to later on the talk. The talk itself has 3 parts. There's a short introduction. We call it the Moodle can do everything problem. And then there's our solution. That's the application of the KISS principle. And in the end, there's some goodies for you guys in the spirit of sharing, as I stole from Ken, I think it is. So let's directly dive in. The Moodle can do everything problem. I did work at a training agency for almost 11 years. And during that time, I had the pleasure to be introduced to Moodle and had a good time learning it. That was back at 2.03, I think 2011, maybe that was, I'm not sure. And the first thing which we did is we developed a custom theme. And within that theme, we basically removed everything which was not absolutely necessary. When we were done, it did not look anything like Moodle. Back in 2013 at Moodle Munich, I just found this key tag from back then. My wife wanted to throw it away, but I couldn't. I needed to keep it. I attended David Mudrack's developer workshop in Munich, and I did show off our theme, and the other participants didn't really believe me that it's still Moodle until they could have a look at the source code in my inspector, and then they did believe me. The following years, we almost did everything which you can imagine with Moodle. And my mantra was always, Moodle can do everything, which is both a blessing and a curse. The Moodle can do everything problem is basically that you can do everything with Moodle what you want to. You can build simple things, and it's not hard at all if you just have a couple of bricks. Even my 3-year-old son can do that. But you can also build pretty complex ones, like this car here, which is actually, as far as I know, able to drive even. So given the powerful tool set which Moodle offers, it's unfortunately harder to build simple things, harder than it should be. Like, here's the problem. If it's so many harder to build a simple thing if you've got thousands of bricks to choose from, because you don't find the right ones. They are there, but it's hard to spot them. Similar to Lego, and that's like the analogy here, Moodle consists of many bricks, and Moodle calls them plugins, as you're well aware. And I've just selected a very few examples for those, just to give you a rough idea of what I'm talking about. So there's 31 blocks, and I'm pretty sure that nobody has ever used all of them, maybe except for Martin. There's 22 activities, which is great. Don't get me wrong, I love it. There's 18 question types, and if you also consider the question behaviors, that's an awful lot of question possibilities which you have. There's 4 course formats. There's 8 roles, and if you add the admin role, it would be 9. And if you also take into account that you have context, it gets even more complicated. You've got 6 filters. Actually, there's quite a few more. I think it's 14 altogether, but only 6 are available in the system. Like only 6 of those are active. Same thing for the enrollment methods. You'd, I think, almost 16 in core, but 4 of them are active. So let's only count those 4 of those. Then there's 16 completion criteria, settings for completion settings, how to complete a course, which are also highly relevant. And there's 35 course settings. And sure, everybody knows, at least the advanced guys, that you only need 2 of those to actually create a course, because everything else is optional. But for a rookie, for somebody who's creating a Moodle course for the first, second, third time, he still needs to go through all of those settings and try to figure out if you actually need those settings. We didn't start to calculate the permissions. There's just too many, and that's fine, I guess. So we don't calculate those. So just for the fun of it, what do you guess? How many combinations are actually possible using just those components, which are just like a minor part of Moodle? There's so many more things which you could consider, but if you just consider activities, settings, completion, course format, how many combinations would you think are possible? Any guesses? I'll give it like 10 seconds and we'll see if somebody says something. Most of you guys are in the YouTube stream, so you can't comment, unfortunately. So if there's nothing coming in, I don't take it personally. So from our point of view, it's just too many, at least for a beginner. We've got 58, I think it's billions in English. In German, it's Milliard. So I think it's billions in English. And that's not a coincidence. That's actually, if you look at how Moodle promotes itself, it seems to be on purpose that there are so many combinations. If you look at what Moodle tells you in the About section and the documentation section, it's customized or customizable in any way. It's the most flexible tool set. It's flexible and scalable, from a few learners in a small class to a large organization with hundreds of thousands of users. And I've personally seen Moodle installations with 10, 20, 50 students, and I've seen Moodle installations with 400,000 and more students. So the scalability is really available and for real. And of course, the plugins, which are a central part, like Moodle is a modular system. So the modularity is at its core. I tried to visualize that. Unfortunately, the export function of PowerPoint wasn't able to actually do it. So what I did is I took a screenshot of the Moodle plugins list and I added that to that slide. And I was angry that it wasn't shown on the PDF, but then I thought, okay, it's actually a nice visualization that it's not possible to even have a screenshot because it's so long. I think I looked at the file information and it was like 2 meters and something long. If you scroll all the way down. So at the moment, it's about 400 plugins, even some more. And that's just crazy. I love it, but it's also crazy. But what I like even more is the definition behind Moodle, which if you look around, you find a few of those. My favorites are to dawdle aimlessly, to idle time away, and probably to enjoy tinkering what may lead to insight and creativity, which is just beautiful. So I love it. Which leads us to the solution, and we'll get back to those figures and the definition in just a second. So how can we actually solve that? Because it's not a big problem that you can do many things. If you find a way to simplify it, at least for the beginners or for those who are not the professional power users, and that's what we're going to look at next. So if you look at organizations, and I'm mostly active in the corporate learning sector, but maybe it's a bit different in schools and universities, but I would expect it's about the same. It's amazing that you can build almost any learning scenario you can think of. It's great. But in many organizations that I know, the requirements are a lot simpler. They want something which is easy, intuitive. They want something which can basically be the framework to provide very simple learning leads. Content shall be updated, imported easily, it shall be delivered in an efficient, effective way. Your learning should be simple. You shouldn't need to think about that, both the teacher and the learner. So I like to compare it again to Lego in this case. If you want to build a train, you need tracks. If you want to build a car, you need something like Lego Technics. If you want to build a knight's castle, you need something completely different. The problem is, and that's what I was referring to earlier, building a car is much more harder if your bricks are mixed with other bricks. And it's even harder if there are thousands, which you don't need. Which brings us to the solution proposal. And that is basically, try to remove a few of those combinations, which you don't need anyway. So to be quantitative, remove some of those numbers here, some of those combinations. It's super easy and it's super effective from our experience, and that's what we're trying to explain now. So there's, from our experiences, 3 main approaches which you can use, and we recommend to do them in combination, and that is remove some bricks, simplify the course roles, and then provide course templates. So let's dive into bricks first. So thanks to the modularity of Moodle, it's so easy to reduce the number of bricks. And I'm not going into too much detail. It's like I try to be as focused as possible, but also give you a rough overview, because it's actually so easy that you can figure it out yourself. And of course, there's so many people who can help you with that. So first, you can go to advanced features and just disable everything which you don't need. If you don't need tagging in your site, I love tagging, but if you don't do it anyway, remove it. Same for comments, same for notes, and so on. So just disable features which you don't like, and that already removes some configuration options from the course settings page, for example. Same applies for the blocks. There's so many blocks which probably nobody has ever used in most Moodle installations. So why bother have such a long list of blocks if you only need a few of those? Again, same applies for the activities. Workshop is a great tool, but most companies will never use it because it's just not the collaboration and the learning type which they want to have. Unfortunately, I would like to have it there, but most people just simply don't. So the same applies for glossaries, or maybe for the chat, because there's so many great chat things out there in organizations. You can probably just use that. Course formats, there's only 4, but if you know that you, for example, don't use the week format, why bother asking the teacher what format he wants to use if you know that you want him to use topics anyway, or buttons, or whatever you like? Same applies for the question types. There's just too many, at least for the corporate world. It's great for universities if you have many different subjects to teach, but in the corporate world, you use something like drag and drop. You use MC questions. You need sometimes a short answer, true false maybe, matching, and that's about it. Nobody uses more, at least not in my experience. So remove all of them and be generous. Leave as many as you think would be beneficial, but remove everything which you don't need anyway. Same applies for the question behaviors, of course. Choose 1 or 2 which suit your organization and remove the rest of it. Let's get to roles. So if you remove the module or the plugin itself, it's not available anymore for the whole site, which might be something which you want, but for many other bricks, you might want to retain them, but remove the option to use them for a number of people, especially those who are not that experienced, for example. Fortunately, that's equally as easy. You just go to define roles, you create a new role. You can use a preset, and that's what we're going to provide to you in the end of the talk. That's just some presets which you really like to use. You refine it if you want to, like some fine-tuning, allowing a few additional blocks and activities, or removing some others for that particular role. Same applies for the repositories. Just remove those repositories for that particular role which you don't want them to use. Disable role switches. I do love them, but I know that many teachers are overwhelmed by the options and don't find their way back to their normal role. Which leads us to the end of the talk and to the last section, and that is, if you remove a lot of permissions, a lot of capabilities, you need to replace them. You need to replace them by a foundation, by a template, and that's what actually a course template is all about. Unfortunately, Moodle doesn't really have a good template system just yet, maybe it comes, but you can get it pretty far with just restore, import, and backup. So what you would do is you ask an instructional designer or a just experienced user to create a few course templates, which will then ensure consistency, usability, and efficiency. In our world, it's not advisable that all courses are different. We like to have courses at least on a general scale to be a little bit consistent so that the learner doesn't need to learn how the course works every single time. And it's also, in our world, we believe it's better for the teacher if he already has something like a structure and he just needs to add the content himself and doesn't need to figure out the way how to use wordings and stuff like that. It's just more consistent. And to do that, you can use, as I said, Moodle core functionality, but you can also use our plugin, which we made available to the community for free. It's called Kickstart. It's a course format, and what it does is basically, if the teacher opens a course, he gets to select the template he wants to use, and this is what's seen here in the screenshot. So we've added here 2 templates in this case. On there, there's 2 more, so I think it's in total 4. 4 are possible in the free version. So you can use the template, and that's literally click on use template and then confirm, yeah, I really want to do that, and boom, you've got all the things which are set in the template, and you can literally immediately start adding content. Don't need to figure about section names or any logic in the course, which blocks you want to use. It's all in the template, as you know. So to do that, the admin, of course, needs to prepare that, which is easy. You just go to course templates as administrator. You go to create template or edit a template if you already have one. You add the title, the description, if you want to, some tags. You upload the MBZ file, which you have created previously from the course template course, which you've built. You add a preview URL if you want to. And that's it. Pretty simple. So in the spirit of sharing, we like to give something back to the community because we got so much from the community. We've prepared a few things for you, and that's we prepared a few role presets, which we like to use. We recommend to start with a simplified teacher because the person who creates content is probably the one who has the most leverage, the biggest lever. So that's probably something which you can think of. But there's also a simplified editing teacher and the simplified manager role. And the same applies for course templates. We've built 3 of those, which we are going to make available in the forum during the day. Just need to upload them. And that's it from me. Many thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you took something away with you. And I'm more than happy to answer questions, either now directly in the talk or later on the forum. So please contact me if you need anything or if you have any questions. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. That was very interesting. At the moment, let me check if there is a question here. Yeah, we have a question. I put it in the chat.
Okay.
Question regarding removing bricks.
So I'm just reading it out loud.
Yes.
As part of removing bricks, to use your analogy, how would you see the new recommendation feature set work into this? Recommending bricks instead of hiding perfect ones. So I assume you're talking about the activity chooser, the new one in Moodle 3.9, which I think is brilliant. So I really appreciate that, and I'm also got pretty much excited when I talk to customers about that. Of course, if you see chances that somebody would make good use of that, absolutely don't throw them away. The thing is, in the past 10 years, I can safely say that there's at least a few activities which nobody ever used. So at least in my projects which I was involved with. So I just recommend in your organization, try to figure out which activity has never been used and which you actually don't want to use because you might have some better tool. And then think about which ones you really don't need and which ones you just want to remove from a simplified role maybe. And the experienced teacher can still have access to that. And that's the beauty of the role system. So I hope that answers the question. So I'm not saying remove everything. I'm just saying remove a few of those, which is sure nobody will use, and remove the capability to use them from those which are sure only the advanced users or the experienced users will use. There's another question regarding Moodle course formats. So a course template is basically a course which has been backed up, and almost everything which is in that course can be backed up and included in the backup. There's a few things which, to my experience, are not included. I get reports sometimes that things like completion criteria and enrollment methods are not always included. So that's something we still need to investigate. But the course format itself is definitely included. So you can say, okay, I've got a course, I've got a course template which includes the single activity format with just a forum and maybe a few blocks and so on. So that's absolutely possible.
Thanks, Stefan. We have another question from Sam Lincoln. Is there a text manual to accompany the preset files?
There's a few descriptions and instructions for those, and feel free to just ping me and give me a shout if you need some more instructions. There's my email address on the presentation, and you also can of course send me a message in the forum, and I'm happy to explain if you need more instructions.
Thank you very much. We have lots of positive feedbacks in the forum about your presentation. We can finalize this section and we'll be ready for the next one. Thank you very much, Stefan, and thanks to the audience. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Facing change in the workplace? Here we are, to empower your team with specific learning experiences.
Hey, is it too challenging for you? Don't worry, we will work with you to make it easy.
Welcome back, everybody. I have the pleasure to introduce you now a colleague of us from Moodle HQ, Sara Ariona Telles, speaking from Barcelona. Sara, I leave you the stage with your presentation about tools, tips, and tricks.
Thank you, Carlo. Hi, everybody. Nice to be in here with you last day. Oh, I'm excited. First of all, before starting, I would like to make a disclaimer because this presentation is targeted for developers. So if you are not a developer, no worries, you can stay here. I will be more than happy if you stay here, but you might be listened to say to me some weird words. It will be because they are weird and maybe because my pronunciation is not as good as I would like. So yeah, it will be a combination, but it's something that maybe you can learn or understand what your IT people is saying sometimes. If you are a developer, remember that I'm a noob, so I'm still learning. I have a lot of field to improve, and take into account that it's Friday. It's the last day of the long mood, so yeah, it's not going to be easy to present right now. So, and yesterday was the party, so yeah, you know what I mean. So let's start. This is the content that we are going to see during this session. It's more about I will give you some tools. Some interesting tools that I've been discovering during these years and I'm using on my day by day. It's just a few. I'm not going to enter into detail on none of them, but it's just to let you know that they exist. You will find I will share this presentation on the forum when I finish the presentation, and so you will have then the links and you will be able to read all the things that I'm going to explain during this the next minutes. So let's start. Let's see some useful plugins and tools that I use now or when I was developing some third-party plugins. For instance, the first one, the code checker, is a plugin maintained by Tim Hunt and Eloy. Hi, both. This tool is amazing if you are developing some third-party plugin because it will help you to check your coding style in the code that you have done and check if it's working as expected. It uses the PHP code sniffer, so it's a really good tool. There is also one similar plugin, the PHP dog check. It was created by Marinas like 8 years ago. It's not updated right now, but it's quite similar to the other one, but this one is focused only in the PHP docs part for the coding style. And in the idea, in an ideal world, it would be really nice to have both the code checker and the PHP doc check merge. Maybe someday someone has some time to merge them. If you have been at any of my talks at any mood, you will have probably heard me talk about MDK. MDK is the letters of Moodle Development Kit. It was created by Frederick Massard during a project week. And it's an amazing tool that it will help you a lot and will save you a lot of time if you work with the tracker and has to deal with some issues because it will save time when you have to push changes to the tracker or pull changes or revise your code, or you can create instant Moodle instances in seconds, and then you can prepare your branches there, and it's really easy to push the changes to the tracker because you don't need to fill all the tracker fields and things like that. They are magically filled by the MDK. The only con is that Windows users can't use it, but they have two problems. They are using Windows and then they can't use this. So nothing to do here. One more tool that I use quite frequently is the ngrok. Ngrok is for exposing your local instance to the world. It's like when I have to test something that needs a public URL. For instance, when I develop something for the batches or for the LTA, this is something really useful because just running a script and opening your ngrok thing, you get your public URL, so you don't need to do nasty things to get it working and get this public URL. I recommend you register into the ngrok because you will get a free plan. So if it's enough for you, it's okay. But registering it's a good thing because otherwise, if you are not registered, you will get blocked. Like when you do a few calls, and they will get slower. So registering is a really good tip here. If you use ngrok with MDK, this is an amazing script that you can't miss. It was created by Andrew Nichols, and it's really easy to install it because it's an MDK script, so you only have to copy these files in the MDK folder and just run the MDK run ngrok once in your Moodle instance, and then every time you run the ngrok runner, you will be able to access to your Moodle instances using or localhost or the public URL that ngrok gives you to you. So it's really easy and really useful. So it saves me a lot of time. More tools. I discovered this one at Miner a few years ago, and I have to. It's amazing because it's a PHP database client. It's only one file you can put in your web server, and it's really easy to deploy. And you can connect using it to all the databases supported by Moodle and even more. So it's really easy to install, really easy to use. And it's like, because if not, you have to have several different tools for every database. And for me, that's working perfect. More tools, Moodle Docker. You have probably heard about it. And if you were 2 years ago in the Moodle Mood Spain in Barcelona, Pau and I gave a presentation about it and entering more details. So maybe if you Google it, you will find more information about what you can exactly do with it, which parameters have to set and to prepare everything. But here the idea is just to explain you that I use this Moodle Docker when I need some special requirements that I don't have in my local environment. For instance, if I have to fix a bug with Oracle, I use this Docker machine. I start it, and then I have my Moodle instance working on Oracle, and I'm able to reproduce the error so I can fix it. And things like that is the only things that I use. I know that there are some HQ developers that use also Moodle Docker for regularly, so it's not just when they need some special requirements as me, but yeah, it's something good. It depends on the way that you like to work, but yeah, it's something that you maybe can change or think about it and change in the future. Related to Moodle Docker, there is a Docker that I always recommend. It's Portainer. It's a really management UI that makes it easier to know which instances are running and to get the IPs for the Dockers and things like that. It's really, or to remove Dockers and stop them, or it's really simple and easy to use. And the last tool that I'm going to show today is the Moodle Test Runner. It's designed to be run within a continuous integration. So it's the tool that we are using in our Travis service. And in my particular case, I discovered it when I started being integrator. And it's saving me a lot of time. Every time we found some bugs in Behat on PHP unit with a special configuration, and it's easier for me because if not, you have to change your PHP version or your database or things like that. With that, it's quite similar because it's using also the Moodle Docker machine. So it's really easy to reproduce errors and being able to run them in background. So something really good to have in your local installations, or maybe you can also use them and integrate with your continuous integration environment. So it's something, a really good tool that maybe you can set up and use to use it. One more thing that I would like to talk is about the code editors, because every developer has their preferences. I would like to ask you to access to this Google URL. So if you can, it's like this URL, or use this URL, and you will be able to access it. And if you access, I would like to ask you if you could vote, please. I will give you some seconds. It's like, and I will share after the presentation the results of the. I can see that there are. I can't. Okay, well done. See how it's going. Oh, PHP Storm is the most. Wow. I would like if you want to share in this forum later with the others one. With what are you using? Maybe Atom, or it would be also nice just to know. And maybe in the future we can do one live session all together to learn from others. Why are you using this editor and which advantages has over the others? Wow, it seems that we have a clear PHP Storm is the winner. Wow, thanks a lot for voting. I'm going to see a few overview over 3 of them. First of the first one is Sublime, the Sublime text. That's my my favorite. Is the one that I used. I discovered it a long time ago, and I love it because it's really fast. It's something that I appreciate because you don't need to have a lot of resources in your computer, and it's loads really fast. And there are some quick features that let you access to the functions really quick, or change between files, or change between projects. I really appreciate this feature because I have a project for every Moodle instance I have, for stables and for integration, and then every Moodle version. So it's really, I'm really happy with those comments. This is the list of packages and plugins that I have installed. Some of them, it's bigger the list, but the main ones are this. So when I share the presentation, if you want to share, if you are using other plugins, I will be more than happy to test them, because it's always a learning thing, these presentations. So I will be waiting for your plugins if you use for the Sublime developers. The second one is PHP Storm. As you have seen, is the most voted, so it seems that it's the most used. I've heard that it's really the way the code is displayed is really good. Victor told me that he appreciated the debugging mode. It's also integrated with database, with Git. The integration of the PHP unit that we had can be run. Or I think it's something like this. I would like to see that in action, because maybe that could be a good reason to move from Sublime to PHP Storm. But the cons is that it needs more resources than Sublime, and it also requires a license. So it's like, for the Sublime, you can buy a license, of course, but if you're not, you're pop up sometimes with this message, and that's all. And I have to recognize that this one, the Visual Studio Code, was not in the original presentation, and I did added it after Mark's presentation on Monday, I think it was, because I've heard a lot, and Marcus said it was okay, maybe I should try to take a look at this. I heard in the past from Francesc and other people who I know I was talking about this editor. It's developed by Microsoft, so maybe that's something that some part is like, oh, but I've heard a lot of really good things about it, so I think that it should try. It's easy to install. It's like it has a lot of nice features, and the only con I found is like the default key shortcuts. It's like they are weird, so you need to change them by default. I have no idea because I have no time to test it, but yeah, I will appreciate your comments, or maybe miss something. But yeah, these are the 3 editors. And now I learned this from Michelle Loman. It's like I need to take a breath, some fresh air, water. Look at these nice penguins. They are from Cape Town. It's a video made for me when I was in the Moodle mood. There, it's our penguin moment now. And these are also, I have to add some epos because during the treasure hunt, I love them. The slow epos. So let's keep going with some interesting information. This section, it's only about some interesting links, because as you will probably know, Moodle has a lot of information. The documentation, it's really good, but it's a lot of things to look. And when you are new, it's like, what should I start reading, or some recommendation, and that part is the one that I think it's quite challenging for people that are starting, or even for people who has developed something, but it's like, maybe they didn't know about some of the pages that are really, really interesting and kind of must readings for them. This is one of the pages, this one, the coding, which is kind of indexed. You will find there some links to other pages talking about architecture, the languages that we have in Moodle, like PHP, HTML, JS. Remember that now the ES6 is recommended, things like that. There is also the link to the coding style. It will be, I will talk about it later. Security, performance, things to consider, the accessibility, usability, internationalization, things like that are all explained there and have several links to these main topics information. So this page, I think it's one of the most important pages that you have to take a look if you're planning to develop, or if you are developing something in Moodle, because just to check that you know everything you should know. Apart from that, there are other pages that it would be nice to read. The content style, it's repeated here on purpose because you will find it also linked in the previous page, but I think it's really important, especially if you're planning to share your plugin with the community, or you are planning to fix a bug and sending the patch to the tracker, because it displays has to, for instance, when I'm developing, I don't mind if I have to put 2 spaces or 4. So it will, here you will find what Moodle expects for you. So it will save you a lot of time if you know in advance. Here you will find also several pages about how Moodle process works. It's quite interesting. See how an issue can be created by anybody in the community and then can be fixed by anybody in the community, and people can also pre-review, and then it's sent to integration, and then the integration team is reviewing it, and then it's tested. So it seems like sometimes we are thinking, why this is not solved? It's only a silly and little thing. It's because it's not easy, but it's a really good process, because you have to make sure that you don't break anything when you change anything in your patch. There are also some pages dedicated to just to developers. For instance, the Git for developers is for if you are planning to fix some bug. You will find here how to clone your repo, how to prepare the bunch, how to things like that. Then here, how to create good testing instructions is important. It's important you create a good patch, but it's also important to explain to the tester how to check that it's fixing what is expected to be fixed. And if you are developing a third-party plugin, the last one is a must. It's something that you have to read, because it's explaining the checklist that people reviewing the plugins that you send to the plugins database. It's taking that. So this is a really important link to check also. There are several ways to stay connected with Moodle developers in general. One of them is I will suggest to you to subscribe to the Integration Expose. Usually it's every week there is a post to explain which issues has been integrated this week, important information about, for instance, what's happening with 3.10, these things like that. What's happening with Moodle plugins CI, which is one of the things that Eloy was explaining last week. Things like that. I think it's really useful information for developers. So this is a must for me, in my opinion, for all the developers. There is also an open developers chat in Telegram. You can join there if you are not there. And there is also a development forum in the community forum. So feel free to join us there, and see you there. And as a summary, I would like, it's just a few comments about all the useful plugins and tools that we have seen. Remember that code checker is for check the coding style, and then the PHP check is for the PHP doc. But it won't work in current Moodle version, so maybe you need to do some changes to the version file and things like that, because it's not working as expected. MDK is great if you are planning to work with tracker issues. Ingrok will let you to expose your local URLs to the world. Adminer is the most amazing database management tool. Moodle Docker will save you a lot of time if you need to create a Moodle develop environment with some special requirements. Portainer is an amazing tool for managing Dockers. And Moodle CI Runner, the Moodle test that we have in talk, is really useful if you have continuous integration or you are planning to run several tests in background. Who better represents you right now? I hope it will be the last one, the boy with singing. I hope it won't be the first one. If it's sorry. And now what? It's like if you have seen a lot of fish, if you have seen a lot of tools and you only need a real excuse, I would suggest to access to the tracker, for instance, and get some easy issues there. You will find in those links easy issues that can be fixed for 3.9, 3.8, and 3.7, which are the stable versions that we are supporting now. So you don't have any excuse. You have some work here if you want, or maybe you can start working on the plugin and merge the code checker and the PHP check, doc check. And that's everything from my part. So thank you very much. I'm not sure if there is time for questions.
Thank you, Sarah. That was very interesting and technical, comprehensive, pretty clear for all the technical people, but I also enjoyed, I work in the legal area of Moodle HQ employee, but I always like to just see more the technical part of Moodle. It's amazing the job and the work you are doing. We have we have no questions. We have a tip from Tim Hunt. If you want, you can.
Yeah, it's a really good tip, Tim. He said that if you like Adminer, there is a version that integrates into Moodle Admin UI. This is a local Adminer tool that it can be found in the Moodle plugins database. It's a really good tip, Tim. So if you want to have your Moodle instance and then have this plugin installed, it's a really good tip. And it's another side comment. It's two new people just joined to the dev chat Telegram that I mentioned. So yeah, it seems that at least two persons were listening to me. So there's something good.
We have also, thanks, Sarah. We have suggestion / sharing like feedback. Nicolas Dunan. He basically thanks you for your brilliant talk, and he would like to. I just read it loud. Quite a few tools I hadn't heard of or looked into before, especially Adminer and Moodle Docker, which now I'll definitely check out. I mainly use PHP Storm as my IDE, mostly because of its good indexing features and integration with the Xdebug, which now I couldn't do without. Thanks,
yeah,
Nicolas.
That's what I heard from Victor. He is also loving this debugging part from the PHP. Thanks, Nicolas, for your comments.
There's a question from Adrian Perez Rodriguez. Maybe you can read it loud, Sarah.
Yeah, he's asking about the version that should be used of Codex Decipher and the local code checker. I think it's the 2.0 something, but they are planning to move to the 3. Something. Maybe Tim can confirm us because he is one of the maintainers of the plugin and it's around here. So I need to check because it's like I only use it. I don't remember the exact versions, but I heard that.
Thank you. And a question by Alan McCoy.
He said that there are many Moodle Docker containers out there. Is it preferred to use the one by Moodle HQ or does it not really matter? it depends what you want. I only know the Moodle HQ one, so maybe there are some others which fit with your requirements. I have no idea. If you have some special links, you can send them to the forum, and I will be happy to look at them. But it's like this one is the Moodle HQ that we know and we maintain. It's just for it's supporting all the current versions of PHP databases and things like that, and it's a vanilla Moodle installation, so it's like by default.
Thank you, Sarah. There's a general question by Cécile Godet.
I will post the presentation right now right now when I finish this presentation. I will post the presentation there, so you will be able to see all these links and ask me whatever you want to, during today or during the next days, because I think that the place won't be closed. So yeah. Or if not, feel free to contact me, send me an email with that email address, or contact me via Twitter, however you prefer.
Awesome. So I thank Sarah and everybody who attended the presentation. We can finalize this section, and we're ready for the next one. Thank you, Sarah, and thanks all.
Thank you very much, everybody. See you.
Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed in terms of technical, commercial, and financial ones. So that's the whole reason.
Hi, I'm Fred Dixon. I'm the product manager for Big Blue Button, the open source web conferencing system for online learning. Welcome to the Moodle Mood. You will be using Big Blue Button for some of the sessions, which makes us very happy. What is different about Big Blue Button than maybe any other web conferencing system you've used? It's because we focus on one market, which is online learning. And you can see if you look at the downloads of the Big Blue Button BN plugin, which I think is about 16,000 sites now are using it. We're the third most popular plugin on Moodle.org. And we have pretty much all the capabilities you're looking for in a standard web conferencing system. Real-time sharing of audio, video, slides, chat, breakout rooms, polling, shared notes. But our focus has always been on online learning. So if you check out the Big Blue Button BN plugin, you'll see it's very deeply integrated with Moodle. If you try Big Blue Button out, you'll see there's lots of ways for the instructor to engage. And I also have the hat of the CEO of Blindside Networks. If you ever do hosting through Blindside Networks, we can offer you some analytics as well in terms of what students did during the session. And those will be visible to the instructor as well. So do try out Big Blue Button. Because of COVID-19, we've just seen an explosion of interest of it around the world, some very large-scale deployments, and it just makes us very happy to see our product helping teachers engage remote students in a high-quality online learning experience. Have a good mood.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'd like to introduce you our speaker. His special speaker is Cyril Bedel from our certified partner EduNow. So please, Cyril, I leave you the stage. Enjoy the presentation, everybody.
Thank you very much, Carlo. Hello, everybody. I'm a little bit intimidated because when you go live like this, you don't have the direct feedback for information. You are 128 on the flow plus the YouTube flow, so that's possibly a bit more than a couple of hundreds. So welcome. I'm here to talk about how to prepare a Moodle environment for tens of thousands of simultaneous learners in a safe, secure, and stable exam condition. This is very sensitive topic, and it's been very sensitive with the COVID issues. We know now that we need to offer the best possible experience to the learners, to the teachers, for the organizations. So how do we handle this? I know I'm in the technology stream, but we're not going to be talking about server size. We're going to talk about what we do on a regular basis for our customers. In other words, who are we? We deliver Moodle-based LMS to either direct organizations or to co-partners who will take care of the customers. We have now thousands of active platforms, millions of learners. We operate in 20 countries. For any kind of organization, from really small organization with dozens of users up to over 1 million users. Our core activity is to build online learning success. So how do we prepare for the exams? Basically, we work with the teams to have the platform ready, to have the infrastructure ready, prepare communication, support, and feedback. Basically, what people usually consider is the actual infrastructure or the platform. It's not the only way to make your project safe, and this is what we're going to talk about today. Feel free to have any question in the chat while I speak. So what are the friction points that we're considering? The friction points are the landing page, the login page, the dashboard, where the student is going to be, the course, the exam start page, the exam itself, and to end with the upload. The landing page will bring issues on availability of the platform. And basically, we have what we call, as you know, the F5 stress. In other words, when someone, including us, is on a website and unable to connect, what we do is we refresh the page. We have recorded a student that was so stressed that within a couple of minutes, he's connected, he's typed F5 700 times within the first minutes of his login because the Moodle platform would not react. So that means that one single student was the equivalent of over 700 students. So basically, the availability is absolutely key because there is this snowball effect that you have on the landing page that goes like this. This is the monitoring that we have of our platforms. And you see here how within a minute, you have thousands of users. So you have all the other users that might have logged in a bit earlier onto the platform. And then you have the ones coming for the exam. And this is absolutely critical. And you have two layers here. The blue one is by 5-minute periods, and the red one is by 1 minute period. And you see how the red one and the blue ones are almost the same at the time of connection. So this might be easily very stressful for the student, for the application, for Moodle, and for the infrastructure itself. So landing page, how do we handle that? How do we avoid to get there? And truth told, a few years ago, when we first started to consider exams as a real issue, industrial issue that we were to take care of, that was, I think, 5 years ago, the first exam environment we took care of for, I think it was 300 or 500 students in one room. Basically, the platform fell a bit over 300. Now we can handle tens of thousands, as we say, but we want to avoid this fatal error here. So basically, the first thing you want to do when you have a real exam environment is to rebuild the landing page and possibly create your own Moodle exam infrastructure. You want to consider that the page should be light, and it's really easy to make a page heavy with an image, with a structure. You want to work on this with your customers or with your organization to make the page as light as possible. Then there is the use. An exam page is not used like any landing page. It's not a quiet experience for the user. So you want to possibly test it because if you don't know how your students are going to react, you want to be to improve this knowledge ahead of the actual exam period when everybody is going to be stressed. Then you have the server load, and sorry, the server load is of course an issue, but it comes behind the application and behind the use of the actual page. And then you have, I've mentioned this, the user stress. So behind the landing page, you have the login page. As some of you know, the login page is not actually a Moodle page in most of the times. The login appears in Moodle, but the authentication is outside Moodle. It works on the CAS, LDAP, SSO, Active Directory, you name it. What you want to do is to also prepare your directory and authentication systems to the stress it's going to be. and possibly, spread the logins on more time than just, the login time, so that both Moodle and your authentication system will be set and ready to have more customers. And then if you have a login page downtime or low speed, there will be an impact on the user's confidence and on Moodle itself, because once again, the student might be tempted to refresh the page. So how does it go behind Moodle on the login page? This is what we have here. And as you see at 9 o'clock here on the right of the screen, this is when you're well prepared. You can have a high load of students, and you still, as you see in green, remain under half a second. If you're less prepared, that you see here at 8:41, you have a very, very low response of your authentication system. Then the dashboard. The dashboard is unavoidable. And the dashboard, as some of you know, is a place where you have blocks that were once considered to be taken out of Moodle. But too many people use blocks, so blocks still exist, and blocks are heavy. They can be very heavy, and blocks drag along data that comes from other sources within Moodle. So you might have just calling the dashboard a stress on your platform. Also, you might have simultaneous use from some learners that will use a dashboard to grab a lot of information and navigate the platform before the exam. Then behind the dashboard, you land on the course page. And the course page is the unavoidable way into the exam. And you know how much information is called for the course page. So you want to look at your page as a landing page. You want to look at the content. And once again, a heavy image, or as we've seen recently, some images that were drag and dropped in the wrong place on the page, then you have, you create page complexity. And page complexity brings issues on speed, and issues on speed brings stress, stress brings F5, F5 brings trouble. So this is here the F5 stress that we've noticed on the platform. And it's quite interesting. As you see on the bottom one, the activity, basically the activity is null until the beginning of the course, which is here 7 o'clock at night. And where the activity on the course is growing more steadily. And what, again, you want to take care of is bring access to course as soon as possible. It doesn't mean you give access to the exam, but it kind of spreads the stress on your exam environment. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, the snowball effect, like on the CPU of your server. So this is the infrastructure. You have a very quiet use of your server, and then you got 100% use of the CPU of your server is down. Your Moodle platform is down. There's no room for any other learner, and even the admin. I mean, we once had an issue in an exam in a university, and basically the course was poorly designed, and the team in charge had not noticed, and neither did we notice. And there was very little chances that he would have noticed the way it was poorly done. But basically, with like 500 students, we were seeing really slow response. And to the extent that at one point we had to unplug the access to the Moodle platform, so that students would not go F5 anymore and then republish the, reopen the access, so with a more quiet server response. You have the same snowball effect on the database. And when you have this much solicitation of the database, Moodle is just frozen. And as you see, it goes very fast. And what's very annoying when you're behind the screens, when you're monitoring your infrastructure, is that when you get at this point, it goes within a minute, and there is no chance you can react. So you really want to get ready ahead. Once the course is launched, everybody's quiet, waiting for the exam starting page. Keep in mind, I mean, basically what we see is exams are mostly quiz and assignments. I mean, this is what we will cover anyways today. You have other ways and other protocols, but we will focus on those two most used activities. The quiz is fine, except some ways to configure it. The quiz will call for a lot of server resources. For instance, the random Q&A. So also, as some of you know, the first page of the quiz will call the entire quiz on the server. So it might be very tense for the server, and the reaction you want to provide is exactly the opposite of tension. So once again, be ready, test the page showing speed when going live. So I see some comments here. Yes, from Carlo and Thomas. Thank you very much. Also, the assignment. Same. The start of the assignment might be an issue, and the exam that I was mentioning as being trouble earlier was basically the exam presentation had pictures in the text, not pictures added to illustrate, but pictures within the text, and that was very, very slow to show. So basically, control any detail related to your exam. Give specific information to your teachers and to your examiners. Talk to your students ahead so that they're not lost. So then they start the exam. Issues in exams often come from outside the exam, except for photos and such like content, as I mentioned, and some configuration mispractice. But basically, once you're in the exam, is not where the trouble is. So this is the kind of pages per minute that you will see on a standard exam in a mid-size university. Mid-size university being for us 50,000 students. So here we have at the very beginning of the quiz, we have more than 10,000 students at the same time. And we see that for the first 8,000 students, even more, 9,000 students, you're under 1 second. And then you've got a marginal 1,000, which is less than 2 seconds, which is fairly satisfactory for a quiz when you're little prepared. If you're not prepared, it's going to be much more. And if your Moodle can resist. And if you're even better prepared, you can go beyond half a second, as we do here for the first 7,000. Final is when all the information is grabbed and sent to the servers. Watch out with the number of quiz that you have online. I'm sorry, this is partly in French still. Keep in mind that this is the second highest stress for the students. I mean, most of us have been students at one point, or at least in high school. And we know that, I mean, when we start the exam, we're very stressed. then it's more quiet. And then when it's the end, when we know that the time the time clock is going to ring, then we're stressed again. This is extremely important for the assignment. And as for the login, another issue you might have in the assignment final is that, especially in times of confinement, the network bandwidth, in other words, the environment of the student home or in a campus might not be as good as what it would have in an exam room. So keep that in mind when you talk with your students. Prepare them, possibly give a couple of minutes more to make sure that the assignment is properly uploaded. And then you might have an issue with the bandwidth on the server itself, because once again, it might be lots of resources that the students publish at the same time. This is what happens in a standard quiz environment. As you say, this was for a regular one level exam with quiz in a university. It's almost it's over 250, it's between 250 and 300,000 pages seen in an hour, with possibly in front of that, if I remember well, 1,500 students or something. So it's heavy server use. So this is why, once again, you want to be prepared for that. So I want to show you here feedback from 3 business schools that we've been working with. And basically, you see how this is the page speed in milliseconds. So it's fairly good. I mean, even 174 milliseconds is fairly good. But working with the schools, basically, we've really shrunk the time of the page speed by basically tenfold. And we've done that on home page. We've done that less on the dashboard. I mean, as you see, Business School 3, when we started to take over, was half a second. And after a few weeks, we were down to 140 milliseconds. The course is obviously where you can improve very easily with the content, and the quiz needs a bit more of knowledge and understanding of what's behind it. So in short, prepare use and users. You want to communicate. It is highly important that you communicate with your community before the exam. We all work 24 hours a day on our Moodle platforms and environments. Our teachers and students don't, so we want to tell them what is going on. You want to provide support, especially at the beginning. You want to provide tests. It's very important. Keep in mind that a lot of your teachers and the eldest ones are maybe not used to Moodle and what it means and what's behind it. So provide support, help them, and provide feedback. Should there be an issue, always give a feedback on what the issue was, what the platform was not responding as fast as expected, what's happened, and what is going to be next. So as you understand, server size is one bit of the issue, and all the work you do on top is a much larger issue as far as we're concerned. That's it for me today. I think I had a bit over 20 minutes. Thank you very much. The chat is open. Should you listeners have any question on what we do to improve exams? So I'm told there is a reply from Nicolas Dunant.
Hello. Hi, Cyril. Thank you very much. There was just a gap with the connection. Yeah, I I put it in the chat. A few comments, suggestions, questions. Maybe we can start with a comment made by Tim Ant. So for exams, single activity course format, it is a good thing. Skips the course page, is suggesting. Any comment on that?
Sorry, I didn't get the comment. I'm going to try and get on the form, maybe. Is that in the form?
Yes, not in the forum. If you just open the public chat of this call live, I've just copy and pasted there for your convenience. So on the left side,
yes,
I pasted the comment by Tim. Is suggesting for exams single activity course format. It is a good thing. Skips the course page. Can you see that?
No, but I'm going to try and take the question. And I've got Daniel Miller, our CTO, behind me.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe we can. Yeah, maybe we can. I can read to you like another instead of suggesting a question itself. Is a question by Guido Rendon. Which tool do you use for monitoring the performance?
Okay, we use two kinds of tools. We use Moodle reports. I mean, we basically we have almost one full-time person to work on the reports in Moodle. Because we do understand that this information is absolutely critical. And we also work with Microsoft Azure, and most of our platforms are hosted in Microsoft Azure and is otherwise advised by the customers. And then we use some of Microsoft tools. But most of the tools are native Moodle tools that we have designed for this very specific use.
Thank you, Cyril. On this, there's a comment made by Nicolas Dunan. Is suggesting he's been using collected here and displaying data on Graphite or Grafana system. This allows for real-time monitoring of resources and also for later on investigation, is suggesting. If you have a comment.
To my knowledge, we don't use Graphite Grafana system. Once again, we use native Moodle tools, as weird as it might sound. We're always a bit reluctant to use outside tools on Moodle because they might be using Moodle resources and that would close the platform. So basically, we custom the tools we use for the exams, and we have real-time information. This is what is the most critical. That you want to have real-time information without sucking the application, the Moodle application, and the servers. And we have designed patches inside Moodle to give us metrics real time.
Okay.
So instead of letting, to make it a tiny bit more explicit, instead of letting Moodle produce data and then come behind it and grab it, so that would take resources, we have Moodle pump out some metrics that we need.
Okay, Cyril, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the participation. Everybody, I think, appreciated very much your presentation, and I finalize this now.
Okay.
And,
thank you very much to all. Just one last thing I want to provide. So this is the way we work. Basically, we have at TD now we have Moodle in the heart, and we have upper left subscription systems, upper right all the plugins, and we have now over 6,000 versions of the 400 most used plugins that we use for our partners and customers. Bottom right, you have all the external solutions integration, and I know it's been quite discussed during this mood, and we've really improved some of the native solutions that exist now on the market. For instance, we can create a Microsoft Teams meeting without, copy and paste. It's just a single Moodle activity. And all the back office integration. Should you have any further question, please feel free to come back to us. contact@edunao.com is our single entry point. And of course, visit our websites any time you feel relevant. Thank you very much, Carlo, for moderating. Thank you all for your interest, and we're always happy to discuss any issue you have with Moodle.
Cheers. Bye, everybody.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed in terms of technical, commercial, and financial ones. So that's the whole reason.
Hi, I'm Fred Dixon. I'm the product manager for Big Blue Button, the open source web conferencing system for online learning. Welcome to the Moodle Mood. You will be using Big Blue Button for some of the sessions, which makes us very happy. What is different about Big Blue Button than maybe any other web conferencing system you've used? It's because we focus on one market, which is online learning. And you can see if you look at the downloads of the Big Blue Button BN plugin, which I think is about 16,000 sites now are using it. We're the third most popular plugin on Moodle.org. And we have pretty much all the capabilities you're looking for in a standard web conferencing system. Real-time sharing of audio, video, slides, chat, breakout rooms, polling, shared notes. But our focus has always been on
Welcome back, everybody. I have the pleasure to introduce you Juan Leiva, our Moodle Apps product manager from Moodle HQ. He's going to introduce us to the magical word of H5P in the Moodle app. Please, Juan, all yours.
Thank you, Carlo, for the kind introduction. All right, so today I'm going to talk about H5P, the new huge thing coming into 3.9. Well, already in 3.8 there was some kind of support for this packaging for educational content system. But today I'm going to focus on how H5P works in the Moodle app. This is going to be kind of a technical presentation explaining how everything works in the app, not from a technical point of view, but into detail, so site administrators and teachers are aware of how everything works there. So first of all, I want to talk a bit about the history about H5P and the Moodle app. As you know, before Moodle 3.9, there was an activity plugin developed by the community, by the H5P team, that required Moodle 3.5 onwards to work. This plugin had a mobile support. So using the mobile app, any student or teacher were able to launch an H5P activity embedded in an iframe into the app. It has certain limitations, like it doesn't work offline, the H5P. It requires to be connected to the internet. And apart from that, it requires administrators to do some changes, some configuration changes in the Moodle site to be able to embed content from the site into the Moodle app. So what happened in Moodle 3.8? So Moodle HQ included some initial support in the Moodle core distribution, but H5P was only available via embedding. So you had to use, or you have to use the text editor or the special filter to be able to embed an H5P package into any area of Moodle that supports content created using a rich text editor. So in the mobile app, we also supported this new functionality as well for the 3.8 version of the app. So in Moodle 3.9, the latest Moodle stable release, the full HP activity plugin was added to the core distribution, including a new content bank where teachers and site administrators can manage all the H5P content that is present into the Moodle site. From this content bank, you can also launch the H5P editor, so you can create your own H5P content within Moodle. One of the very interesting things about the H5P activity is that it's a standard Moodle activity. So you will see your students' grades in the gradebook, and you will be able to use all the activities related features like making it only a activity condition, things like that. And we also included support in the app, in the version 3.9 of the app that was released a couple of weeks ago to H5P. So what about Moodle 4.0, or what about the future? So there is not a roadmap yet, a clear roadmap for the H5P, but the intention is to work and add additional functionalities, features, to support, to improve the support of the H5P module in general in Moodle. So how the H5P content is displayed in the app? Well, you know that there are two ways to include H5P content in a Moodle site. You can embed the content using the filter or the auto editor plugin that supports to add content using this new button that is displayed there, or you can use the H5P activity within a course as a normal activity. And the main difference between these two ways is that with the embed way, you can add H5P content everywhere in the Moodle site, even if in your profile page where you can put your description, you can create an H5P content displaying who you are or what are your skills. While with the H5P activity, you can only include this content as part of the activities of a course, but the advantage of having the H5P activity is that you can grade the user interactions. So you can see in the gradebook what the students did. While with the embed system, there is no way to collect or store grade information. So in the next slide, you will see a couple of screenshots describing what I'm mentioning here, because there are some differences the way the content is embedded in the app and in the browser. So basically, imagine that you have a course where you use labels or the section description to include lots of H5P contents, and you have like 4 H5P in the page, and when you load this page in a browser, you will see all the H5P packages automatically playing in the app. So the main difference is that in the app, we don't automatically play the content. We don't automatically start H5P content. There are several performance reasons, data consumption issues that forbids us to do that. So basically, the user, when he sees H5P content, he needs to click a button to play the content. Apart from that, the content is initially played online if the user is connected to the internet. And once the content is being watched or being played by the student, we will start the download in the background of the content, so it will be available without connection. If the user reconnects to the same page and he's not connected to the internet, he will be able to watch or play again the H5P content. As you can see, there are certain size limitations because, you know, if you are on mobile and you have a data plan, we don't want just to download 1 GB of data without telling anything to the user. And the user is always capable to download the H5P packages for offline unless the site administrator has disabled this feature in the Moodle settings. So you can see how it looks in the next screenshot. So here, the first screenshot left is how it looks in the Moodle website using a normal browser. So you can see that you automatically see the H5P content. In this case, is embedded into a book resource. And in the center at the right, you see how you will see this in the mobile app. The student or the user will have to click the play button, and in the image at the center, you can see a green button top right. That means that this H5P content was already downloaded, so it is available offline. If it's not downloaded automatically, the user will be able to just click and download the button using the same icon. And at the right, you can see how the package looks when the user clicked the play button. That is basically the same that he will see in the web page. So regarding the activity, how we display H5P content when a teacher configure an H5P activity. So basically, we do something similar to when the content is embedded to try to improve the user experience. If the H5P package is not a large file, we automatically download the H5P content. We play automatically the content so the student can start working on it. If it's a very large package, we display the play button so the user still can launch it manually. One of the things regarding the HFP activity is that we need to always download the full package so we can launch the tracking API and the H5P package can start sending back information to the server. This is mandatory, it's a technical requisite, so this is why we need to do that, because it's a technical requirement. One of the good things about the H5P activity in the app is that the student can also review their previous attempts. It's the same that they can do in the web browser. If they attempt an H5P package 3 or 4 times, they will be able to see in a list all the previous attempts they did. So here you have a screenshot displaying how it looks. Left, we have the web browser. At the right, you have the mobile app. And as you can see, it's practically the same. Maybe the mobile app is a bit cleaner. There are not too many options or text around, but it looks pretty the same. The good thing about H5P is that it's fully responsive, so it works pretty well in every device. It's not like a SCORM that is a very old format. There are a lot of very old SCORM packages that are not responsive, and they don't really look very well in a small screen or in the app. But with H5P, what we saw so far is that it works pretty well. So how everything works offline when the user is not connected to the internet. So you know that any user of the Moodle app can download a full course using basically the options available in the app, but they also can download small pieces of a course. They can download a section, or they can download an activity or even a resource. So in this scenario, when he visits the same resource offline, we will be playing the content offline. If the user is accessing an H5P activity that has some kind of tracking or grading, we will be storing all that information in the local database of the app or the device. And when the user is back to the internet, connected back to the internet, all this tracking information that was stored locally in the app is sent to the Moodle server, where it's stored there. All these H5P offline support can be disabled in the Moodle settings, because sometimes, because of privacy reasons or whatever reasons, some site administrators or content creators, they require the H5P package to be played only when it's online. That's all. Summarizing, basically, I provide a lot of technical information, technical background, but the good thing is that everything is quite transparent for the final user. You don't have to worry. The final user will see sometimes the play button when the content is embedded, and other times he will be able to start using immediately the H5P content. H5P activities work offline, including tracking. And a few tips for content and course creators is that they should try to minimize the size of their H5P packages. they should try to avoid embedding too many H5P packages in the same Moodle page because of performance, data consumption issues. Oh, sorry, this is not correct. The teachers are not able, to review the students' attempts. Is only the student itself can review their previous attempts. So if this functionality is not able in the app yet, teachers will have to go to the Moodle site to do this. And remember that site administrators will be able to disable anytime the H5P offline support in the app. And that's all. Remember, if you like the Moodle app, we always appreciate positive ratings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. That was very clear and very, very nice presentation. We have a comment. I just copied in the chat. Maybe you can read it and comment on that. This comment was made by Sam Marshall. You are on mute, Juan.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't display the size, but it will ask for confirmation when the user clicks the play button. And at that moment, in that confirmation pop-up or screen, we will include the package size as part of the information.
Okay. Thank you very
So
much.
at that moment, he will be able to, to choose to download it or not to download it.
Okay, thank you very much. You can all reach Juan and ask other information or inquire about anything you'd like. Now we can finalize this section. I thank you all, and thanks Juan again.
So there is one more question.
Yeah, one more question now, last minute question.
And we have time, yes.
Yes. Please, team, let's, can you, team, just let us know, if you have an interactive video, he's asking, if you have an interactive video with the video hosted in YouTube, how does that work with offline mode?
No. In that case, it won't work because we don't download external content like YouTube. In that case, it will only work if the video is part of the H5P package. It's the same with that. If you have YouTube content embed in a page or label or anything anywhere else, even if you download the course for offline, the content won't play.
Okay. So thanks. I think it's all. And we can finalize this section. Thank you very much.
My name's Seb Francis, and I am the co-founder and director of Titus Learning, one of the Moodle certified premium partners. The company is a Moodle partner, so we offer a whole range of Moodle services. I always like to describe it if you can put Moodle before it, and then any word thereafter, whether that's training, support, hosting, maintenance, development, content, and everything else. So for us, corporate market, we work a lot in the UK, but in about 30 countries globally as well. So whether that be Germany, France, Spain, and other areas in Europe. Really, I'd say buoyant at the moment, and I think there's a massive...
Welcome back. Hello, everybody. We have now a presentation. The title of the presentation is How to Fix a Moodle Bug in Core. That is very interesting topic. It's going to be presented by two well-known faces in the Moodle community, Tim Ant from the Open University and Luca Bosch from University of Applied Science in Bern. So I leave you guys with the presentation, and at the end of the presentation, there will be space for questions, comments, and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlo. It's possible that at some point you encountered a situation where it went like, that should work, but it doesn't. Wait a minute, that looks bad. Well, there's something you can do about it. Because since Moodle is free software, everyone can contribute. In this presentation, we'll show you how to do this. The process is divided in those 7 steps. In the next minutes, we will show you what they are about and what people performing those steps have to do. Please, Tim.
Thank you, Luca. Do you want to mute your microphone while I'm speaking because of the very nice church bells? Thank you. So, as Luca has said, you might have a reason to contribute something to Moodle. And when I say you, it might be just you as an individual developer, or you might be working on behalf of a university. But the thing you have to remember when you're thinking about making a change to Moodle that you want, and of course, Moodle wants your contributions. We want the project to keep moving forward. We want bugs to be fixed. We want cool new features. But literally, Moodle is used by more than 200 million people around the world, and that's just the ones we know about. So if the process we're about to tell you about seems very long and too many checks, well, actually, it's not too many checks, because we have to be really, really careful not to break things for all these users. I mean, it's also really, really cool. You're doing this thing. You're a geek typing away in your computer, and you're doing something that benefits all these people. But the other thing you have to think, particularly when you're thinking about new features, this feature might be exactly what you want, but will it help or at least not do harm to all the other users? So you just need to remember that. So this is a very brief overview of the process. It's got, as I say, quite a lot of steps, but they're there for a reason, and we'll now take you through it. Before any change can be made in Moodle, you need an issue in the Moodle issue tracker to sort of manage the process. And so you need access to the tracker, which is one of those online systems where you sign up with a username and password. So you do that, and then you can get in, and then before you create a new issue, you should probably do a search to make sure no one else has reported the same thing, because duplicate bug reports just get in the way. Let's zoom in on that. When you're sure that this bug hasn't been reported before, You then click the create button, which pops up this form, and you just have to really do two things. You need a clear summary of what the problem is so people can find it later, and then you need to describe exactly what the problem is. And the good way to do that is to give the exact steps to how to get to the point where the bug happened, and then what you actually saw and what you expected to see, because it's that difference between what you're expecting and what actually happened is the bug. I think I've made all these points. You need to report the bug with a good summary. You need to search so you don't create duplicates. And there are some other fields like affected behavior you have to fill in, but it tells you those. Then there's a quick step called triage. When bug reports come in, basically someone has a look at them and checks they're okay. And if they're okay, they'll add a triaged tag. But there we've got a bug report. So now I'm going to hand over to Luca to explain to you how this bug gets fixed.
Thanks, Tim. If I'm a coder and like to contribute, I try to have an infrastructure I can work on with my skills in PHP, knowledge of Git, and some more required sometimes. The first thing is that I had to make a known fork of the Moodle GitHub repository. Some fixes require me to write tests, so it's good to know how to run PHP unit and behat tests. Say I want to fix an issue. I can fix my own issue or issues reported by others. Then I code, and I'm focusing on adhering to the coding style. There are some tools to help me hereby. If the functionality is requiring it, I also write the tests or adopt existing ones. When committing my code, I'm focusing on sending a commit message which exceeds exactly the requirements. Here are some bits for visualization. Creating a branch of master called MDL dash the issue number dash master. Then that's not shown. I develop my fix. Then I add all the files who changed, and I write the proper commit message and push it to my repository. Now it's time to return back to the tracker where I picked up the referred issue. It's important that I write testing instruction, which can be quite similar to the reproduction steps, but sometimes are more excessive. If all the Moodles are affected too, then I have to provide a branch for each one of them. I do provide the name of the branch and the address of my GitHub repository. Well-written testing instructions are numbered and step by step, so testers can go through them smoothly without having to guess what exactly to do. After submission of a fix, Cybot verifies my code, coding style, and commit message, and reports its results. To trigger such a check, the only thing you have to do is to add a label CIME to add a label patch to. Considering that fix now written and submitted, Till will now take over and take the role as peer reviewer. Please, Tim.
And I should remember to unmute as well. Thank you, Luca. Ooh, next slide. So, as Luca said, he's the developer. He has now developed the fix. And as we heard earlier, we've got millions of Moodle users and we have to be very careful not to break things for them. So now Luca's fix has to go through various stages of review and testing. And the first stage is called peer review, which is when any other developer reviews it. So maybe Luca, asked me to review this, or maybe I had a few spare minutes, and in the tracker there is a menu, a dashboard menu, and one of the dashboards is the peer reviewing dashboard, and if you go there you can see all the things that are waiting for peer review, and if you want to do something helpful then you can go and find one and just peer review it. So as a peer reviewer, what am I supposed to do? Well, obviously I need to look at the code that Luca wrote. And this may be too difficult to read. I hope you can see that on the live stream. But basically, this is looking in the tracker issue. When he submitted the code, Luca put in various links, including links to GitHub where the reviewers can see the code. So this is me clicking this link and looking on GitHub. And it looks like Luca has changed quite a lot. Well, a few lines. When I look at that more closely, it turns out that most of the changes are just updating the coding style to meet modern coding style. And then the actual real change is just adding this little bit of extra CSS class. And actually that's the right thing to do. The bug was the button wasn't styled correctly, and those CSS classes will fix it. So that looks right. So now I go back to the tracker to record my peer review. If you look at in the Moodle developer documentations, there's a page that explains how you peer review something, and it's got this very helpful checklist of all the different things you need to check are okay. So you can copy and paste that into the bug, and a lot of for such a simple fix as this, a lot of the things are not relevant, so I've changed the thing to a dash, and the things that are relevant, in this case, Luca has got everything right, so I put yeses in. And also I put a little comment at the top to explain what I'm doing. And this is the classic thing about interacting on the internet. It's a very low bandwidth way of operating. So it's really good to be really, really clear what you are doing. So, even though I'm about to click a button that says submit to integration and that will automatically do all the right things, I still write the comment, I am submitting this to integration now, just so everyone knows what's going on. The other thing to remember is, and it's particularly important to remember, when you're peer reviewing something that's not quite right, as a peer reviewer, your natural inclination is to immediately focus on all the things that are wrong, and you end up with the longest, yeah, this is not right, this is not right, this is not right. But even when you have to do that and there are some problems, it's probably the case that the code is 90% right. It's just you focused on the things that are wrong, the few things that are wrong. So remember that somebody here has put in a lot of effort to try and contribute to Moodle. So remember to say thank you and acknowledge that it's mostly right, but there are these problems that need to be fixed. So that's what peer review is. It's the first time when a second pair of eyes looks at the code. And this is really important. Computer to interpret. You're writing for other developers to understand how the code works as well. And this is particularly important in open source. I also think it ties in nicely with Moodle's social constructivist philosophy of learning, that everyone is a potential teacher as well as a learner. Obviously, as peer reviewer, you're sort of teaching the other person by giving them feedback on their code. But also, if you review code by other people, you learn a lot from how they do things and how you do achieve certain things in Moodle. So the code, oh yes, another really important point. When you're doing the peer review, it's very easy to go through the patch and see all the things that are present and whether they seem to be right or wrong. The thing that's most difficult to spot is the thing that is not in the patch but ought to have been. So, maybe someone's implemented a new feature but didn't implement backup and restore. So this blank slide is to remind you the hardest mistake to see is the mistake that was of the thing that was not done that should have been. So once code has been peer reviewed, it then goes into the queue for integration. And unfortunately, peer review can take a long time, but integration review tends to happen very quickly because all the remaining steps normally happen within 1 week. This means that in the week when your code is up for integration review, it's really good if you can respond quickly. And again, remember the thing about low bandwidth communication over the internet. If you have a morning full of meetings and the integrator reports a problem, they can't see that you're away from your desk at the meeting. So just put in a quick comment. Sorry, I've got meetings this morning. I'll attend to this in a few hours. But the way it works, every week they take all the issues that are waiting for integration, and the integration reviewers are like some of the most senior and experienced Moodle developers out there. And it's their job to do the final review of the code before it goes in. So this is my mental image of them as a row of ninjas standing between you and Moodle core. But really, they are the people who have to make this difficult balancing act between accepting changes to Moodle that will move the project forward, but also they are the people who have to say no when a change is not right for Moodle. But they review the code very much in the same way that the peer reviewer would do. If there are problems, they'll ask you something about it, and if you can fix the problem quickly, that's fine, the change will move forward. If you can't fix it, it may get reopened and you have to resubmit it in a future week. After an issue's been integrated, then the testers follow the testing instructions you write. And again, if any problems are found, you have a choice. Either you can respond quickly and fix it and everything's good, or the issue may be reopened and you have to resubmit it in future. And hopefully your thing gets in. So every week, normally on Friday, sometimes they manage it a bit earlier. There's the weekly release, and they have tagged proper releases every 2 months and major releases every 6 months. So back to Luca to sum up.
Yes, to sum it up, anything you do is helpful. Report problems you find, submit fixes, peer review other fixes. All of this is the chance to learn from others and contribute to something that helps people around the world. You have to be prepared for the learning curve the first few times you do it. But there are people to help you, particularly in developer chat, the tracker, and the forums. And maybe right now, we're done and open for questions or additional informations.
So we've got 2 comments so far in the forum, which are basically from people giving specific tips about how to debug and fix problems, which is very helpful. But as you saw, this talk was more about the process of doing it rather than the Moodle process, not the techniques for fixing PHP code. So I encourage you to go to the forum and read those tips.
I do encourage you to take on the pages which are on Moodle Docs and the dev part, and those links here do link to those pages. So once we uploaded a PDF version of this presentation, you can access it and just click the links.
Yeah, I will say that the first time you do this seems, well, it's not difficult. It's just you'll be doing it. You think you're following the right steps, and then someone tells you something you've done wrong. This is not what we want. So you have to just learn how to do that. Once you've been through this process a few times, it just becomes obvious. The steps make sense. You know what's expected of you. So really, the first few times you do it, you have to expect to be quite patient. But as we say, if you come into the developer chat, if you post in the forums, we'll help you. Once you've done it a few times, it actually becomes quite easy. And you can just concentrate on fixing the bug, not the process.
So I come up maybe with a question or with a remark. So I saw the other day that in a comment of an issue, someone was asking, please give me the rights to fix that, or there aren't rights required, but something is different before the first commit. Tell us about this, Tim.
Right, that is a very good point. Also, we've just got a question from Michael, which we'll get to in a minute. So it is an unfortunate feature of the internet that there are spammers. And so the tracker used to be much easier to get into, but then spammers discovered this and used it to start spreading their spam. So unfortunately now, when you first sign up for a tracker account, you cannot do very much at first. The secret you have to know is, I think the secret is you have to add yourself as a watcher to one other issue. If you do that, then you have permission to create new bugs and comment on bugs. But then if you want to be a developer, there's a second sort of paradox. if you know the book Catch 22, they give you developer permissions in the tracker after you have fixed your first bug. So for fixing your first bug, it's difficult because you don't have the necessary permissions, but you can still put your code on GitHub and you can make a comment in the tracker issue, or you can go into developer chat and ask someone else to click the peer review button for you. And then it will move forward. And once you fixed your first bug, then automatically they give you the developer permissions in the tracker, and in future it's easier.
It's mainly that request peer review button which is lacking.
Well, no, there was a comment in the developer forum. Someone had found a bug and it was a really good bug report, but they weren't allowed to create a new bug because they were a brand new account.
Yeah.
So I'd say the secret for that one is to watch an issue. Luca, do you want to answer Michael Millet's question?
Yeah, but I don't see it.
Oh, you don't see it.
I can read it loud. Which is the diff link that is most desirable to be submitted?
Which is the deepest link to
diff?
Diff.
Shall I answer this? So in GitHub, there are various different ways. Yeah, as we saw in the slide, you want to be able to see the code, the change on screen, and there are various different ways GitHub can give you a link to do that. The short answer is it does not matter as long as the peer reviewer can easily see what has changed. In fact, that's another really good tip. When you put your code up for peer review, before waiting for the peer reviewer to look at it, it can be a really good idea for you to pretend to be, click that link, see the code yourself on GitHub, because you've probably previously been looking in your IDE, which is one view. But if you just go and look at it on GitHub, you will see it afresh, and you may spot some problems yourself. And it's always good to fix your own problems before waiting for someone to point out you've made a mistake. So any link to GitHub is good as long as it makes it very clear. When you click that link, it's immediately clear you see a diff.
Yeah, and nobody will yell at you if you leave that one blank. So probably just someone will fill it out for you with the correct link, because people is helpful in the tracker issue, in the tracker.
It's another reason why it's a good idea to do some peer reviews, because you will see how other people do it. And, I used to do things some way, then I peer reviewed some issues by people who did it a better way. So I thought, I'll just have that idea. I'll do the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are running out of time for this session, so any other question can be answered in a separate channel. I thank you both for the presentation. I thank the audience. We can wrap this out and we leave it here for now. So thanks everybody, and we finalize this.
Thank you to everyone for watching.
Thank you.
Hey, is it too challenging for you? Don't worry, we will work with you to make it easy.
Hi, my name is Pallavi Bajaj. I'm one of the owners of Ballistic Learning Private Limited in India, a Moodle partner. And Lokesh Nair and Pankaj Somani are the leads on my client engagement team.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry, we had a bit of disconnection here. I have the pleasure to present you the next speaker. Presenter is Tomek Mures from Poland. He will talk about exams time. So please, Tomek, you can start your presentation.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Tomek Mures. I am a developer, Moodle developer in Innovation. Innovation is one of the premium Moodle partners. And today I basically like to share an idea with you. It's about, the idea itself, it's about limiting access to Moodle platform. Now that may be used for many different things, but basically it could be mostly useful, for example, during the higher loads on your Moodle server, when there are higher loads being put in your Moodle infrastructure, for example, during the exams time. Now, it's a pretty common pattern, right? We have university, we have exams, a lot of people come to the platform, they start doing the exams, and then the platform either goes down or is basically slow. Now, the very first thing that we can see that is being put to blame is a quiz module. Usually the exams are being done with a quiz module, and there's often you can find the comments that quiz is too slow or quiz is too heavy for our Moodle, and therefore Moodle goes down. Now, I think this is really unfair for the quiz module, and in my experience, it's actually usually not true at all. The quiz module is pretty well optimized, and it actually doesn't take that many resources if you measure the database load, for example, of each page of questions being submitted. The problem with the load and the stress being put on the server during the exams, for instance, maybe in a completely different place. For example, just the fact that hundreds of users are logging into your platform at the same time, just before the exams, that may be the problem. Now, the users opening a course page, navigating to course page or to their dashboard, that may be causing the problems. Possibly your students are simply logging in earlier before the exams and then just browsing Moodle site or searching for the resources related to the exam. That may be causing the performance issues. Or another thing that may happen is, for example, imagine that the quiz is actually ongoing and you have the exams running, and then suddenly you have one of the editing teachers doing some change on the platform that causes a cache invalidation that basically forces Moodle to refresh the cache, and that brings down the performance on the server that is already stressed, and that may basically bring down your whole Moodle server. So now the idea here, obviously there are many things you need to do, you can do, they were even talked about in different presentations here, but one of the ideas that may help here is basically to limit the access to the Moodle site during the exams time only for the people who need the access. So for instance, that could be all the students from a given course or cohort or whatever logic you can apply to basically separate and select a subset of your users. So what we're trying to accomplish here. Now, in order to decrease the stress being put on your servers, on your backend servers, during some specified time only, we only want to allow a small or a subset of your users to be able to log in, and we want this process of checking if a user can log in or cannot to be as light as possible. We don't want users to be retrying to log in all the time and basically bringing load on your server just by the fact that they're trying to log in. So we will try to do it without using any database calls, your backend database server. Now, in order to do it, first of all, since we're trying to avoid calling the database for the check, we need to somehow snapshot the database. So we need to get the list of all the users that can log in at this particular point in time, like today. Even though the exams are tomorrow, let's say we will snapshot the information about who can log in, who cannot today. And then we need to change the flow, login flow, workflow of Moodle. And we'll do it with a small Moodle core hack. The first point is basically getting list of users. Now, the way I've done that here is with the mush user list command that basically gives me all the users with the course with ID 2, but you can do it either manually or with a database query or whatever way you want. The end effect of this is basically a PHP array, like this one here on the right-hand side, that contains the list of the users that are able to log in, that should be able to log in. So basically a whitelist. So that's what I'm generating, and I'm putting that in the new file. I called it course2 from ID list.php. So it's a valid PHP array. That's my snapshot. If anyone else joins after doing this snapshot, should be added to this list, you obviously need to add him manually. Now, the second bit is basically coding the logic for the restriction. So adding the code who can log in and who cannot. The way the logins work in Moodle is basically Moodle takes the username from the HTML form, from the post request. It takes the value of the username field and then processes that. So we'll kind of mimic that. And the only check we are doing is a super simple check. I'm including my array of users who are allowed to log in. And then I'm basically checking if the user that is currently trying to log in, if he or she exists in that array. If not, then I'm just displaying not allowed HTML. My not allowed HTML, that's just a static HTML website. That could be any site really at all. I created the simplest possible site here, as you can see. Nothing really interesting here. And then the final piece is I need to intercept, I need to basically change the way Moodle logins work. So I only need to do one line change in a login.index.php script, and that's adding my restrict.php, the new script that handles the logic. And now, basically, I will share my screen with you and show you how it works. I have an instance here. It's basically a vanilla Moodle 3.9 instance. And here, just to show you, with the git diff, I'm showing what have I changed. So as promised before, the only thing I've done is I modified one line in login index.php, which we can see. That's the only change. This one require. And there's a set of new files. There's a new team in this instance and the new free files. My course to list PHP, that's the list of my students. So now, if I try to log in as a student that is on this list, I try to log in, I didn't put in a password. You can see that Moodle has checked the password. It's a normal Moodle login processing. But if I type student 111, which is not on this list, straight away I get my HTML static page. So basically no Moodle logic was run and no database connectivity was done, nothing. It was simply my script running and displaying this HTML fragment, and that's it, finishing. So that's really it. That's the whole implementation. Now, there are a few more things that you could do to help with your exams. For example, what I've done here is I did not allow people to log in, that is new users to log in. If you wish, you could log in everyone out, for example, 15 minutes before your exams. There is a command line script in admin CLI, kill all sessions. So you could just run it before your exams, maybe half an hour before, and then log everyone out. You could disable cron during the exams, just to help with offloading the servers. You could also block access to login token PHP. That's a script that is being used by Moodle Mobile to generate the token that is then used to call the web services. So that again may help with the load on your server. And you could also take the logic implemented in the script, because that's really any PHP code. You can put any PHP code there you want. So you could put more logic there. For example, you could create not one list, but several lists, and then give different people access to the site at different times. So some of them can log in at 10, then at 10:05, and so on and so forth. And even the check itself, we could go there even further here. At the moment, the check, this login still requires sending a request to the server, and then the server checks against the list. But the check could even be done in front end, in JavaScript, in your HTML. For example, you could hash the usernames, and then as soon as student 57 types something, press enter, some message is displayed, like come back in 5 minutes, you are blocked at the moment, and even there is no request being sent to your server at all. Or you could use this logic even if you are letting, or actually when you are letting people in, you could use logic in the script to redirect people straight into the quiz page, the quiz that they are supposed to take. So basically, instead of a user logging in, then possibly going to his dashboard, then to the course page, then opening a quiz, and then finally running a quiz, you could inject the redirect there. So, so basically, you are saving the time and resources. That was just an idea. The implementation is pretty much proof of concept. It could be done, in a better way as a local plugin, and it could be packaged in a nicer way. Is it needed? Is it a good idea? I'm actually not sure. I don't know. If you are interested, or maybe if you would like to work on something like this with me, then here is the contact information. And that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Tomek. There are, let me check, there was no question. Yeah, there is, no, this is not a question. Okay, we have maybe coming up a question. Let's wait just for a minute to see if yes, there is a question. Actually, it's a question made by David Mudrak, our colleague in Moodle HQ. So I put the question here in the chat. Maybe you can read it loud and comment on that if you like so.
Yeah, the idea from disabling the cron, I know, like it's a good strategy to put the cron on a separate server. So the processing is being done by the cron, it will still increase the load on the database. And in this particular case, what I'm trying to basically protect mostly is the load on the database. So, is it really needed to run cron during the exams time? Probably not. So it's just one small thing that might possibly help you. And as for, there is another question about monitoring the server and then dynamically preventing access if the CPU load is too high. Well, actually, why not? That sounds like a I think we lost Carlo.
No, how to prepare a Moodle for X0, comma 000 simultaneous learners in safe, secure, and stable XN.
Yeah, there was another talk just today. I would recommend to listen to this one as well.
Okay, so thank you. I think it's all. This was the last presentation of this morning, the last presentation of this week in this technology room. So thank you all, and I finalize this section.
Hey, is it too challenging for you? Don't worry, we will work with you to make it easy.
Hi, my name is Pallavi Bajaj. I'm one of the owners of Ballistic Learning Private Limited in India, a Moodle partner. And Lokesh Nair and Pankaj Somani are the leads on my client.